the ledger from from the prosecutor. So let's open this little baby. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London gentry.
Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. ... Actually, I wonder.
Are you sure you will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside?
Well, let's see what we find. Okay, we open the book. Let's see the ledger. It's all written. It's supposed to be written in English, and since we cannot read English, it's like we can barely say a thing. So what we have here?
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness!
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of the witnesses. So Bruce Fairplay's name is on the list too.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
Oh, it's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. Well, well, well. Who's ready to perjure to sell himself some 20 guineas? Alright. So, I think we took everything here.
Oh yes, 20 guineas. The victim owe a considerable sum.
So, yeah, the Mason owe him 20 guineas as well. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Juror number 6, ...
Well, it would seem so. I've had the wool pulled over my eyes!
Oh, now she's pissed and she's kneading even faster. Oh, she's about to do it. She's about to vote black. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel!
Black. ...
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's think about this all.
I don't stand for nonsense! Yeah!
No. ... That was it. The last juror's decision. Susato ... She's looking at her book. There must be a loophole. There must be something they can do.
According to the Encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Oh, the final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! That's it! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
And now he says a very extended bow. So like he liberates his arms from the cape. Now when it's free, he does this the bow that Edward usually does. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Okay, now his knees are on the stand, he's on the desk, and both his hands are on his head. Ryunosuke is hopeless. Is giving me to despairs. You see the shadows of the of the public behind him. Some gentlemen with top hats and ladies with nice feathered hat. Renosuke ... Miss Susato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense. What did they say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment. I lost my page. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Oh. A summation examination. So the defense has the right to ask the jurors why they voted guilty, and then we can counteract. Yes, if their judgment is faulty and contradicts the evidence, we can turn back their decision.
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Oh!
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck!
Oh.
He's adjusting his armband, and then he's standing straight and finding his composure. Ryunosuke says, "What even is it, Mr. Zato? This so-called summation examination?"
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
Maybe it's something else, like she's gonna correct me if I'm wrong. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the member of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. It says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decision?
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose! Exclamation mark. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct.
Exclamation mark.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Deep breath. A summation examination or last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry out or admit defeat? Yeah, let's assert our right. It's still a law even though it's... The defense wishes to assert its right for a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examination are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness!
Foreman, are you and the remainder of their jury ready?
Well, I'm not, he's wiping his sweat. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decisions.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Oh, well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. Not to mention, no mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold all of this justifying lock. Typewriter. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilted, guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial findings. The juror's contention. Oh, well, there was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. Now he is pulling out his rose to smell, and it's on the rubber band, and then he yanks it back. Juror number 2.
I chose the driver. It has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Juror number 3. He stuck the chop next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. And when he does his movement, is moving sideways. Like to stab his left neighbor. Juror number 4.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
Number 5. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Wait, 4 pence? 20 pence. Oh, fuck, I already found the contradiction right there. Since the guy made 20 pence, and the guild chief, remember, that's the chief of the guild, says that the fares has never been raised, and it's always been 4 pence a ride. So that means there's a 5th passengers unaccounted for. Ah ha ha!
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor in Pigar's belief!
Then she does a stabbing movement with her knitting needle. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. No need to get these 6 people to change their mind. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
Oh, so that's why they said it was useless, because once the jurors explain, the defense doesn't have that much power to change their minds unless it's blatant, unless we have proof that their judgment was biased and non-neutral. Just having the coach guild member around and says he's gonna believe anything the witness has to say, just to say that because he's part of the guild, that makes small sense to me. And with all the people who had discriminatory remarks among the wealthy, that could make them biased, but I have no evidence to prove that the jurors are biased towards the wealthy. So I think I understand why this practice was out of use.
They've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas would sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They might appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are a complete stranger who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can contrast the statement and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
Oh, I see. So it's contradiction in what 2 or more jurors says that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes! I suppose you're right. ...
Find contradiction in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Smack his face. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Oh, yes, my lord. Okay, now he's standing in front of the witness examination. The defense's rebuttal. Okay. So now he's standing in front of the witness stand. We can see Beppo, Fair Play, and Ladies First in the back. And yeah, he's about to start. The defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we heard suggest the victims and Mr. McGilded were along inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as... ... Now his eyes are big and twitchy. Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individual, and I have...
Oh dear, doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he?
No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Finding contradiction in these 6 people's assertion is the only way I'm going to succeed.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, which fare stolen 20 pence.
Hold it!
But does this ability to recall his taking that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all this lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it?
That's the saying in your country?
My point is, a man who minds his figure is a man you can trust. Those of us in service could swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing? Yeah, he's still polishing.
So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I do not doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Oh, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think.
Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the juror's statement again, Mr. Naruto. If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying.
Or I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. Okay, let's go with number 3. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
Hold it!
Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. Sisk, you're a fine one to talk. What of that sword heading from your waist, No, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I'll despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or some others behind the scene, you mark my words.
Objection!
Although, that seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that doesn't seem to be the case, but...
Mr. Naruto, please, be careful with what you say.
if he's been trying to squeeze money out of us that's fortunate, then as far as I'm concerned... he's as guilty as sin. That man can hang. He stabbed the knife on the stand, and now he's trying to pick it up, but he can't. That's the sound you're hearing right now. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? Oh, so there are two contradictions. Yeah, number 6. Stab made a downward stab with her knitting needle, and he said he stabbed from the left. Sideways. So that's a contradiction there too.
If you thought of something, Mr. Naruto, don't let it go. Test your theory.
The two jurors' statements seems to be contradictory against each other. Alright, no time to like the present to use triangle to pit against them. Never get anywhere with that. Okay, so number 4 is fine. I simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn to the logical conclusion. Okay. So number 5, you can trust the guild. Fair is our motto. We haven't raised price for about 4 pence for years. So how do you... Okay, I pit. Okay, so I press pit. Now I can pit it against... This is number 1. Number 2. So I'm gonna pit it against number 2. And then press triangle again.
Objection!
Those two statements truly contradict each other.
You do? Explain yourself, Counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silverblaze's name and mane, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
According to the ground testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. Now we can see Naruhodo pacing across the stand with his pondering look, holding his chin. So this is nice. This is like as close as we get to see from an anime, because sometimes Phoenix Wright is like that. So he's pacing back and forth in front of all the jurors. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pences in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me in my typewriter. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare of the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That is it. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? He's banging his flask on the desk. 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passengers we heard nothing about.
Good gracious!
Rubber.
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, and one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he left nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Exclamation mark. That hit home. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Susato?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... No! Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo!
Oh, now the seat is turning to white. Now he changed his vote. Now it's 5-1.
Yeah!
Ah, this is all very irritating. Now the number 1 is wiping his sweat on his bald head and face and golden beard. Yeah! He's like a dwarf. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Oh, 2 is changing too from white. Now it's 4-2.
For the love of Mike! Not you as well!
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standard in financial matter.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other, and there's another contradiction in their assertion.
Exactly. You can do it. You can show those contradiction.
Well, the scale of justice have shifted, but yet still weighs heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Okay, so let's change. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so now because she changed her mind, I cannot press on him, but I can press on him. I mean her. I cannot press on juror 2 anymore, but now I can press on number 3. So I'm gonna pit number 3 with number 6. Stabbing that poor man on the floor beggars belief.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain yourself, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me, I was on my knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see that I'm busy here?
I can't pull off my knife. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Ha! Want to test me, do ya?
It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up.
Just like the prim banker said, from the left.
From the right to the left. Sideways.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this, downwards. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Oh, okay. The banker said, oh, okay, so the number 3 listened to what the banker said, and number 6 listened to what the coachman said. These two statements were contradictory, but we couldn't compare. That's a shame. that we couldn't compare the witnesses' statement against each other. We had to use the jurors as a middleman. Law is complicated, folks. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stalked the fellow next to him without even getting up, and he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches! What a muddle!
So unless he was stabbed twice, everything would be fine. But there was only one stab wound, and he was left sitting down, so he was never on the floor. If he were on the floor, we would have found blood stains on the floor, but we only found blood stains on the seats. What this tells us is that there is a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh!
And that would probably be the banker, because he has a reason to lie, because he's the lender. Yeah, he's ready to perjure for saving 20 guineas. Alright, we can break this case. Alright. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all that good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me.
Change it to white.
I can't abide people telling lies.
Now it's 3-3. Now the scales are tipped.
The scales.
I don't believe it.
Now they're back to normal.
Hold it.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, you really think I would be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses are slightly different recollection of events?
What of it?
Yeah, let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that,
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this fiddle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. Ugh. Oh, but could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Shaking his head. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. 2, 4, and 6! Exclamation mark.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You don't realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
Tapping the door.
Where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by a single stab wound to the abdomen from the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Oh, alright. I concede defeat. And I lost my knife. Oh, okay. So he removed his knife. So he changed his mind. His chair turned white. And now he's voting. Now it's 2-4. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won!
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir! No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Now he's licking the blade like a crazy psycho killer. Please tell me he's a baba.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jury now stands at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue.
Rubble.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Pouring another glass of wine. Spinning it around. Smelling it. Oh, and he breaks it in his hands. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine content of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zieks!
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? No, I just removed a piece of jacket. It was cold, now it's getting hot. As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deadly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligences of the jury. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. 1, 2, 3. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove a self-evident truth, he was saying. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Now he's removed his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Now he looks like a knight. Now we see Beppo, Fairplay, and First. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpired that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio. Oh.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Witness testimony. Various misgiving.
I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it.
Well, I for one was told that I have to pay 5 pence for the bus. What? Beppo rests the prize behind the guild's back? Naughty Beppo. Naughty, naughty Beppo. He fiddled us on the ferry, he did, and then I saw that blood curling side as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mick Gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo! Explain yourself!
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that? Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passenger by a penny a fare?
It's so cold at the last run of the day. It's always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. You're a disgrace. And your selfish action has brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence yes, it's 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that's figures.
Oh, well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Cross-examination, various misgiving.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, or you did charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? Let's check everybody else. Ladies first is shaking. I don't know why. Fair play is looking away, but... No, I cannot pursue. Technically I could, but I shouldn't. Okay, let's continue.
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold that I couldn't do to stop myself. It was all that I could do to stop myself passing out.
Oh, I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running.
Blowing on his hands.
Doesn't the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passengers on the omnibus last night, then they would have had another suspect. Vanzig ... Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board last night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did.
A flat fare of 5 pence across the board.
It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Now he's shaking his head. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed is gone, dead and buried. Or I've been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fair, he did, and then I saw the blood-curdling sight as well. He saw too much.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight? You mean the murder, I presume? Oh yes, sir!
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man in the moment like this.
Wait.
No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, you didn't actually see the exact moment the jet was stabbed.
Good gracious! Really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake on bread, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stand.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. ...
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Oh yes, he stabbed him, then he did. I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. ...
I suppose I might have, yes. Put the car before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard the scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expected that was me, sir.
But then, when I turned around, yes, I just saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. ...
Oh, I really thought that I did, but when it go over and it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
And now, you want to say something? You're biting your cane.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Huh?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, if it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a battle rat's day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed a man? Those blood-soaked hands? Okay, I think I need to present here. I'm gonna present the gloves. Like, his hands were clean.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on it a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yeah, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark colored stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the Roy hand glove. Arr! Now he's biting the head of his cane. Arr! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yarr! But, no! That can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
Yarr! That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said York, it was both hands. Grrr. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Well, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, air quote. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Guard! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sakes. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. No, prevaricate. Prevaricate. Those are big words I never use. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case?
Mr. Narioda, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. There is. I have evidence. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in this testimony. Guard!
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates the motive for the witness' alleged deception of the court.
The ledger.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owed money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accuser's extortion. The point is, among the name of this debtor is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Exclamation mark.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No! Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Arrgh! Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
This document states that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have been something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Oh! Yeah! Biting. Rubble. This is an outrage.
Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yes, my lord. Because he's biting his. Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implication upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Now, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hand. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. First, ... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hand. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What?
What? Rubble.
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony for all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Witness testimony. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing transpire, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen.
Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. Yeah, blood on the seat. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case.
Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Sorry. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I am well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. Exclamation mark. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accuser's finger. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see... Wait. I think I really need to take a sip. And I'm gonna get a bottle of water, because I'm not focused. Be right back. I'm not going very far. It appears that my cell phone is telling me that Fragilities is following me. Well, thank you so much, Fragilities. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't know why it didn't make an alert when it did. So, one question I ask for everybody who follows me is, what is your favorite geekdom? Like, do you have a favorite type of game or favorite video game, a type of movie, a favorite movie, a favorite genre of music, favorite band, and yeah, what's the thing that passions you the most around a geek culture? We talk about every subject here in the Geek Generalist. We're all about pop culture, popular geek culture. And you have a home here in the Geek Journalist for geeks of all kinds. So, however, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, it's a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just striving to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or a 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. The judge is shaking his head in disapproval.
Shame. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed for the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilton's glove has any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilton sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the black leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilden's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands?
This is puzzling indeed.
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything?
Oh yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Why, would you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir, I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? But, Oh, please, you didn't even see that?
It was so cold that night, you see. It was all that I could do is to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo!
Ah!
Anyway, the fact remains, there cannot have been anyone else inside that carriage or we would all have seen them.
Hold it!
But we all would have seen. Another thing you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fearlessly cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place.
Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Oh yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down long relief into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence, that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. I think there would have been some blind spot. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding on this omnibus and witnessed the event in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that could have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical mandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Here. They saw the murder here, but... Yes. If he's sitting here, he can only see from here to there. If there was an extra passenger, he could have been sitting here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seat on the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof that can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. The people who are sitting on the left. This is where the murder happened. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite to one of which the victim as his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone has been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Guard! Rubble.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In the British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to these mysterious passengers to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Narada?
I honestly don't know who could it have been. Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have no idea. Could be anyone. I have literally no idea.
But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on.
This isn't just a case of going on, Mr. Zato. Oh, alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. Oh, now he has another chalice. You are a fool. He's pouring a glass. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitation. A toast to hard lesson not yet learned.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
What other passenger do I have? Oh, okay. Okay, so now I have Susato. I got Male Strongheart, age 52. I got Magnus McGilded. I got Baron von Zeke, age 32. Thrice Fired Mason, 54. Beppo, 62. Bruce Fairplay, 34. Lady First, 21. Apprentice Milliner, who witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, The person occupied the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscure for view was... I'm gonna save. Yes, I can save. Because I don't know what to pick. I have no clue who could it be. I'm gonna say Bruce Fairplay. Because if he says he saw everything, maybe because he was there.
Take that!
Yes, concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Okay, no, that's wrong. Whatever so-called logic you use to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. You could have just said that, not... You could have just said that's not right.
Mr. Naruhodo, our task here is to defend Mr. McGilded, and we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of his crime.
Yes, of course. Why?
That must mean, then, that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. McGilded, the true culprit.
That's right, exactly what I've been... Oh... Of course, so the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witness saw through a skylight that night, there were the victim and the real culprit. Wait. The two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit. Ah, okay.
It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption.
The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. Migilded at all, meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Okay. So that's what they're saying. Okay.
Let us not delay, Counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
This could be it. This could be a chance we've been waiting for to try in my favor. That night of the murder, the person who occupied the seat was Magnus.
Take that!
There. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Bravo.
Objection!
Oh, shit! Okay, so what just happened is like he was so pissed that he threw his chalice into the candelabra and the thing just went ablaze on fire. It broke and was set on fire. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discordancy. That's the second chalice it destroys.
Lord Van Zeeks!
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning of cultures of their own. But I see they use the term ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony.
They claim that there was blood on both hands on the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands on the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Exclamation mark. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary! Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witness has already stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
Oh, that? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilden, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Exclamation mark. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Oh. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilden would have been unaware of it.
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilden, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a false statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Shakes his head. Magnus McGilden is no uneducated ruffian. Exclamation mark. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilden to testify or not? Yeah, the man is testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Raise his hand. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilden to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Ah, yes, I need a little time to consider this, still wiping his face. Bowing. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say. Get the man out of here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Well, something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
A hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Yes, just like they said. He must be heard.
Very well. The court will hear the defendant testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Rabble. Ryunosuke, duck. No, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Autosave.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilden, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure, I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court decides to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Big cat, no! That's not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilden?
The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
Aye, it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What?
Rubble. No! Magnus McGilden! That convenient excuse can't save you now!
Oh, I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeke. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they would have assumed she've done it, and they would hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I do not know.
You don't know?
Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution called for the witness statement to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Bang! Smoke screen. Ah, smoke! Oh, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away.
After them. It's no use! I can't see anything through the smoke!
What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto, cover your face!
Bailiff! Don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus!
I hereby call an emergency recess. I can't see anything. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
Somebody threw a smoke bomb in the courthouse. That's a first.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumble over one another in desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the first time, being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take a little sip. This is only part 1. There's 3 parts in that. Do you want to save?
Yes.
Mm. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey.
Defendant's antechamber. Alright, we're back here. What on earth just happened in there?
Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Zato.
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninja use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl, then? Could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilden was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilden, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? And why was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Oops.
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh, yes, so if everybody pay 5 pence, she's a stowaway.
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo,
15 pages later.
he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pences exactly.
Boy, now it seems that we were in fact 5 passengers,
Which means the figure don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We're going straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes!
February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, there's a little girl. Yeah, she's wearing boys' clothes. She's wearing a cap and she's having a satchel. She's blonde, but her hairs are tied, covered by the cap. And there's a young girl next to Mr. McGilden. Look.
She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
And she's also wearing a plaid tartan handkerchief. Some sort of, not ascot, like some sort of a bandana around her neck. And I think she's Irish. Should I give her an Irish accent? Or should I try to go for the Hockney? Because she looks like a street urchin. I'm pretty sure she's the type that would say gov. Who the gov?
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilden. Now then, Lord Van Zeek.
My lord.
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems from an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious! The army? What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand.
Your name, girl? ... Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Do you speak English? Parlez-vous français? Habla español? Are you one of those gypsy girls? ...
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is that this wee lass was in here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Van Ziek, ... Just what had happened that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. The young girl.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me from a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream has come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct?
Just exactly as the defense counsel has said. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord.
Rubble.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Van Ziek, ... Cross-examination. The young girl.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the door, on the roof deck.
I'm trying to having fun with that accent. I think I'm finally getting the hang of McGilded.
The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were, I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. This is the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means, this is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. ...
Van Ziek remained silent.
Then begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up for the first start. Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone's falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was sleeping at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor.
You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream.
From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No. I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it! You sat him up? The victim, you mean?
That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? This common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe. Our Lord Van Ziek. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. McGill did ... Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest?
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out that it was a scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, it's a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up, I came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside!
Good gracious!
Ah, okay. So, here's what's going on. This is what I understand from Gilded statement. We need to get inside the omnibus to show you. So, he's saying that, okay, there was someone here. The witnesses thought there was someone here, but that was actually the third party. McGilded was sitting here. When he woke up, he heard a scream from his backside, which is over there. So since she's a little girl, where's the... Now there's room. Okay, now I'm confused. Last time I checked, there was all the stuff from the coachman in here. Now it's all gone. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my fingers on what it is. There used to be supplies for the coachman there. Now it's all gone. Did somebody stole? Did somebody stole the stuff, or was it always? Okay, so basically the girl was hiding inside the carriage, the omnibus, before for some reason. But here's here's something I don't understand. If she hid inside the compartment, she couldn't get out because McGilded was sitting there. She couldn't get out while McGilded was sleeping to commit the murder and then go back. No.
Good gracious!
Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. So now, Rhoda, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. I already checked. This would be a very good time to make a thorough look around inside. I already did. And that's when I found her. There was a child in here, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right.
It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. Oh, you're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well now, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. Fuss, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in this fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason?
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands. Sorry? I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, out of sight. Rubble.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The event I've explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Lestrade? Is it the daughter? Okay. If Sherlock Holmes' character are in this universe, like Dr. Watson was already killed, we found Sherlock Holmes. This is the Dr. Inspector Lestrade for Scotland Yard? Is she? Wow. I don't remember having her name in the series. Anyway, it being a street urchin, it could be like one of those. Trying to remember his name. The little guys in the street urchin that Sherlock Holmes always pays to see what's doing in the. What's going on in the backwater, in the underground? Billy, Jimmy, Tommy. Anyway, she's a chancer, earns a crust around large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Yeah, she's a pickpocket. She's one of those street rats. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
What? This girl here, a petty thief?
Now we understand the smoke grenades.
Oda! Is this true, Mr. Strad? ... Mr. Strad, you will answer the question!
Oh, she's holding the gun! And then she threw another smoke grenade straight at the judge's face. But it's like a purple smoke grenade. Why didn't the bailiff take this gun from her? It's a grenade launcher.
How dare you! What is the meaning of this?
And then she leaves.
Ah! The girl, she's gone!
Open your eyes! Open your eyes. Okay, now she's over there. I'm over here. Open your eyes. I'm over here, Gov.
Oh, I like her team. But yeah, that move was not necessary at all.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This there little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She's got herself back into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cost. Gun! Green smoke in Ryunosuke's face. Ow. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. And now she juggles a coin. She's making the coin walk between her fingers like it's a nice sleight of hand move. Well known for, it's like an exercise for cat burglars. Everybody who has slick fingers can do that trick. I cannot. But if I do, it's like a very slow. And then she takes it under her fingers, and then she grabs it back into the thumb, and then the coin is running around in circles. This is a more elaborate trick, because the coin is big enough to be caught by the thumb from under the hand and back into the index finger. Because usually coins are too small for that, but this coin is quite big. It must be a pound, a golden pound, because it's as big as half the palm. It's a very big coin. I understand why palms are so expensive. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but what I got is what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this wasn't a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Oh, wait. She stole that, but look. There's the same flower pattern that is it on Sherlock Holmes's. She stole that from Sherlock Holmes. This is one of his guns, right? Because the flower crest on the gun is the same as on Sherlock's uniform, but this one has gears. This one does not. So yeah, she lifted the bag, and yeah, there was a gun, so why not? It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again.
And now the Van Zeek is pouring himself another glass in yet a third chalice. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? Gina, ... He's alright, lass. You can tell the truth now. ... Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman says. The Irishman?
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to. Witness testimony. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the cottage before they hook up the horses, just like always. But it was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding space. It's pitch in there. Then after a while I heard this loud bang, nearly jump on me skin I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you will let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Because you were sitting on there on the way out. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume.
Yeah, it's empty. And...
Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat of the duration for the duration.
Oh!
So you see, that's why I let the lass boat. I knew that if the police found her there, they automatically assumed she had done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question?
Well now. Not at all, my lord, not at all. Juror number 1, question mark, exclamation mark. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. Juror number 2, my goodness.
What a perfect gentleman!
My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. I was gonna change his vote to white. Yeah, it's changing to white. Yeah, 1 to 5. So there's number 4 who still says guilty. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh, now it's white too. 0 to 6. We turned the scale.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Wow, not guilty. Is it over?
Mr. Naruto, well, it must mean...
It must mean what?
It means that we're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Whoa! He raised his foot and put it on the desk while still holding the chalice. It is, for some reason, quite a sexy, because he has some nice legs, but if the sight of my irony yield Wellington offense, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Exclamation mark. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness' latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Shakes his head. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. There it is! I knew I wasn't crazy! It was there a moment ago, now it's gone. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good Lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Mickelden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What?
That's the reason there was a smoke bomb?
Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiency of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, The compartment under the seat was not empty. I can vouch. I can vouch. The defense is not happy with our not guilty verdict. We must continue. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examine it in fine details, as you would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Remember, thank you. I'm gonna change controller. Exclamation mark. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is an all elaborate excuse by the discreet Lord Van Zeek. ...
Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment underneath the seat of the omnibus? I didn't look, it was empty, it wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain that there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel?
Ara, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here! Exclamation mark. Now he's getting pissed. Rubble. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly as honestly as possible. Interesting. That's not altogether pleasing, fella. It's simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. You think perhaps it would be in your best interest to admit that you might have been mistaken? ... Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here?
I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think.
Alright, we have a shoddy suspect person to represent. I think this is where we're being tested. Like, this is the reason why Strongheart put us on the case. He wanted to test our mettle as a lawyer to see what kind of attorney we would be. Or we would be the guy who would defend our position even though he's unlawful, or are we gonna be like as honest as we can be? Like, are we gonna be a great ace attorney, or are we gonna be just some regular defense lawyer? For a criminal lawyer, you know? Like, I don't think McGilded did it, but he's not white paw. His hands are not clean. Like, he's shady as fuck, but I don't think he's a murderer. Juror number 5, ... That department is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage.
The guild's rule states that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo, isn't that irresponsible? That money-lending fleecer and the big purse are lying.
So he's gonna change his statement from black to white to black. Yeah, so now it's 1 to 5. Ugh! I can't believe I was nearly taken in! The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no! It's a trick, of course it's a trick! Now number 3 is gonna switch from white to black. There you go. And now it's 2 to 4. Number 4, not you two. Quite so, I must concur here. Yeah. She didn't have to change to white. She could have stayed there. That wouldn't make a difference. We didn't have to be an all white just for the attention. Oh, are we gonna win? Are we gonna win? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination.
Da.
Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Van Ziek, ... Cross-examination. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hook up the horses just like always. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a wrong idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece and making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before its last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself eaten under the seat. Nice and easy, right? By your hiding place is storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? Da. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I'd always chuck all of that out and cram into a corner somewhere. Not one ever seemed to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff so I could hide under that seat, that's all I can tell you. It seems to have reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I've got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon, did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, at any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge all day, did he? Not 1 inch! I was totally stuck!
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then? I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push a cushion up my head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's that wouldn't go to fiddle. Oh, I thought you were gonna wear a pickpocket, not a butcher. Oh, I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under it as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passenger planned himself opposite. But for some reason that night, this here angry Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you were able to push the cushion out to peek out, I say. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown into the clank. But it's the only place to hide in the carriages, so it's option choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pocket in the open then? Oh, I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else to it, nothing else for it. Then after a while I hear this loud bang, nearly jump off my skid I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. Oh, I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head gets lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab its victim, could it not?
Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it.
Exclamation mark.
I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke would have fallen on the floor in the seat opposite.
That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course.
But then the fella suddenly turns out and look right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have missed the looking. It's because of that the swill found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the ceiling knoll. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched in a bit and ended up falling onto me.
Ugh, how awful.
Both me and got covered in blood and made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above, someone scream.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses would draw up smartish and this here Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later.
All 6 members of the jury decided the defendant was innocent.
For one brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they all are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want.
Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Snug? inside the carriage before I look up. The horses. It was right, all waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles. You can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's bitch. After a while, I heard this loud bang nearly jump on my skin. The scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. It did get me out. Okay. I need to check on my court record. I can find some sort of contradiction. I see what he's getting at, because the blood, they said that the guy fell on the floor and then he got up. But if that were the case, it would have been blood on the floor, but there's only blood on the seat. So how do I prove that? Where does he say you can't see a blind? No. After a while, I heard this loud bang, they jumped on my skin, and then the scream just came out.
Hold it!
So where is it? Oh, you say loud bang on the floor. Was sitting up below, but fallen on the floor seat opposite. Alright. So he saw her. Okay, okay. I don't know what to present. And where? Okay, so everything would make sense if he held... Okay, the reason... Like, he was wearing gloves. The guy fell and he helped him lift the guy back. There's still the fact he's missing a button. Oh! Season change, time passes by. As the weeks became 3 months becomes a year. Hello, 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 Glenn Homer. How you doing? How are you doing? Let's give a little shout out to my friend Glenn Homer. How you doing, my friend? We were last seen playing The Evil Within. So, how you doing? How's life? How's family? Thank you for renewing your sub. And you came in at a right time. Right now I'm in the middle of a pickle. I'm trying to figure out there's some sort of contradiction in what they're saying, and it's not as obvious. Like we're defending a guy, like a shady philanthropist. Apparently he was accused of murdering this guy. And right now we found out that there was a new passenger. Like there were 4 passengers: the victim, the accused, and 2 witnesses. You had an ad? Oh, you had an ad. So you're here. I'm doing okay. You're taking a break from streaming for a couple of weeks to figure out some stuff. Murder. Yes, there's been a murder, and it's in the 1900s, and everything is in the past. So we have this little pickpocket. And the guy to the right of her is our client. He's a bit shady, but he's a philanthropist. He's a very rich philanthropist. He promised us to give us money if we defend him, but we didn't agree per se. So basically, it's a test made by the Chief Justice to see if we're a good lawyer. Because right now we're not a lawyer per se. Like we've just studied a British law for 50 days. Oh, so this is our guy. And I'm trying to figure out what the contradiction is. And right now I'm stumped. So this is a good opportunity to practice my English accent, but there's a lot. Like he speaks Irish. I'm giving an English accent to Ryunosuke, and she has a Cockney, but I really suck at Cockney. Like, you know when the nothing is spelled nothing? It's like, over me head and light all of a sudden. Nothing. No, nothing with F's. Nothing with F's. Like this. Nothing. I see nothing. And this is the prosecutor is Baron von Zeke, and he looks like a vampire, but he's not really a vampire, but just like his name is the Grim Reaper of Old Bailey, and yeah, is like every defendant are like sacrificial lamb for him. So I'm giving not a Dracula voice, but like a evil. Is that? Oh, ho, 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 thank you very much for 50 bits, aka 50 grams of glitter showering down my face. Ah, thank you very much, good sir. Thank you very much, good sir. Glitter! Yes, glitter! Ah. And this is the judge. I call him Judge Claus because he kind of looks like Santa with a wig. Yeah, glitter is arts and crafts piece. But it's okay. It's okay. I like bits are forever. They stick in forever. So that's why.
Did you see that happen? Did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed the cushion. I had a quick butcher's wow. Look at those expressions. I had a quick butcher's when I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting out with the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That match wasn't gonna count, but then the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, it was too late by then. I should never had risk in looking. This well found me, he did let me get away mine. So I'm gonna try pressing everything again to see if there's something else comes out. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hook up the horses, just like always. So you were already on the omnibus before it set on its run. What's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a wrong idea, innit? So, if you read that sentence, Glenn, what kind of accent would you give it? That's Cockney, right? Spending of joy to make a few bob. That's a rum idea, ain't it? It's not Scottish, even though the Abscott suggests that she's probably from a Scottish clan. Well, that does clear up the little mystery for the fez, no? 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red cock of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But you're right, there's a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach. So she removed everything, but... Yeah, so this is the contradiction right there. Because I examine the compartment at the beginning, as soon as we receive the evidence. Like when I received the omnibus as evidence, I checked the compartment and there was like supplies and equipment inside the here, I show you. We're gonna go inside. Oh, wait. What the fuck is that? Okay. When I last checked inside, that wasn't there. There was blood here, and when I opened this trunk, this seat has a handle, it seemed. There was some stuff. Now it's empty, and now there's a freaking blood stain on the floor. So these were added to after the statement. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieg has made no mention of it.
I suppose it does seem a little strange.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The blood isn't the same color, it looks like it's been implanted. But I know where the contradiction is, but the question is, how do I... because here's what happened. Like, the court was interrupted for a moment because somebody threw a smoke grenade, and it turns out it was her. And then there was a recess for 5 minutes. And now the stuff has been removed, and this bloodstain has been added to prove, like, okay, it fits the statement, but now I need to prove that, and I don't know how. So I'm gonna have to save somewhere. It seems to be bother much. According to report, 5 of the police officers arrived at the scene. The compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about that. There it is. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's what I can tell you. Since research reached the end of the inquiry, continue. Okay, so it was a right waste of time. Got nothing to show me the struggles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing. Hiding space was there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped on my skin. The scream just came out. The swell found me to get the hell away. All 6 remember, I decided that the was innocent for one brief shining moment. It's clear they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, sure would clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't put my finger on it. So yeah, the evidence were tampered, so I need to see where the contradiction was. So I snuck inside the carriage before they look up the horses. Right, waste of time, got nothing to show for me troubles. I'll try this. Okay, look, I'm gonna save. And then I'm gonna present the omnibus. I gotta be careful because I already did one mistake. So I'm gonna see.
Objection!
No. That reveals a damning inconsistency in that last statement.
Damning, you say? As I look at you, Counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow.
Huh?
It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence on your assertion.
Arg, he had a damning tongue.
You invited it, sir.
Let's see the other evidence. Get back under the sea and see what we can get later. Okay, I'm gonna try that. You sneak inside the carriage.
Objection!
No. The witness's last statement slurred out with this piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but I failed to see the connection.
Oh!
And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-open, panic-stricken look you want to wear?
But it's the only panic-stricken look I know!
Hold it! Excuse me.
Whoops. I didn't mean that. Let me ask you something. Oh, and where would that be, fella? But do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm not to get happy with what's been said. Kind of ye to ask, still and all. Here, have yourself a tip. Oh! Does he think I was asking after his general well-being? Okay, so at least that doesn't make mistakes. After a while, like bench, and then a jumpy skin idea, and just came out.
Hold it!
Especially the other ones, so most of the time the passenger kind of
Well, no.
Wait, that didn't happen before. What the fuck? That didn't happen before. Alright, I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna re-fucking load. I'm gonna repress that statement. For some reason, that guy decided to have a reaction. He didn't have a reaction before.
Hold it! Well, no.
Alright. So I think that because I didn't find the blood stain in the omnibus before presenting that, because he asked me to check the omnibus, but since I already checked, I felt I didn't need to, but he really wanted me to check it again to see the differences. So now I triggered this.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? And he's laughing. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Consul? Oh, I'm just wondering if Mr. Strahd's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. Okay, so here's, because I didn't sell it, for those who are visually impaired, like I was screaming, but when I screening the statement, but where there was a reaction was back when Gina says, "Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink." I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. Oh, I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seems that much louder as well. Dot dot dot. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something last night? Anything, an unusual noise, perhaps? No. Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Be jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade has heard something and might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? Significant. Profoundly important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you all about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was training my ears to work out what was going on, but I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. You could just push a cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was not. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, it got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilden sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would you out underneath it, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But what would he? Not likely. Even though he'd stop here and there, I never heard the door open. And I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. McGilded. Are there any conclusion that we can draw from that, I wonder? It makes sense, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up because he didn't hear the thud. He didn't hear the thud, he changed her mind. She didn't hear the thud of the body falling, and there's blood to prove it. Recently added. Mr. Strahd, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Okay, now I'm gonna save just to be sure. Ah!
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zix realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Mr. Strahd, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus last night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilden snoring, but think, Rionosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Show a piece of evidence, show a person, or forget it.
sure person. I'm gonna save here. Let's show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On the particular sound that Mr. Stroud could not have failed to hear on the night in question, the sound very clearly explained by the presence of this following person. So it's either... Okay, so now Gina Lestrade is there, 17. So I'm gonna say Mason or Lady first. So let's see who's first.
Take that!
Oh,
Thrice fired Mason.
yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Ah.
Oda! Oda! Explain your reasoning, Counsel.
Mr. Strahd, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on the wall the driver was at the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilden? That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed on board. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember, through the cracks of the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we have heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Mrs. Stroud's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
Ah!
Yes, this Speditive's statement was clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zeek!
Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Mrs. Stroud's statement. But he didn't say anything. Why? Why aren't you doing your job? Why are you making me do all the work? I was like working like, It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statement are entirely unreliable. Her words inconvenient untruths, nothing more. That's right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever.
And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that.
Oh, she's changing her vote. The old lady's changing her vote. Now it's 4-2. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. Foreman's gonna change his vote too. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Switch to black. Catapult. Now it's 5-1. Now the only one left is number 2.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
And yet another glass of wine. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. A toast to the considerable troubles you have spared me.
smells it. Oh, he drinks it for good this time. Yes. Very refreshing. Ugh! God, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? Your useless assistant Almadan? Amadan? This is carnage. It's perfect! During number 3. Oi! This is carnage. It's perfect! Number 2. During number 2 is the only one left.
Mr. Naruto, the way this is going.
I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilden's innocence, the judge will rule and we will have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service must now know we must accept our truths.
Hold it!
She was about to change her vote, but we hold her hand. Yes, the witness' last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Gina, exclamation mark. Counsel?
I'm sorry, sir. Whatever you mean.
Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once!
Exclamation mark. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage?
Oh! The skylight can be opened from the top. The thud she heard was the body dropping, and McGilded cannot take it out the same way because the window cannot be opened from the inside. Ahaha! If the Speditive's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? ... There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. It wasn't there already, there's another entrance. It was put there after he died. Yeah, it was probably put there after he died. But it's true that there was another entrance. But what to pick? Let's save just to be sure. I'm gonna say it was put there after he died. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Hmm?
Well said, Lord Van Zeeg. The obviously is troubling me also.
No! That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously,
I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling.
Okay, no. Load. What I actually meant to say, Your Honor, is that there's another entrance. If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Exclamation mark from Van Zeek, McGilden, and Gina.
Alright, Counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin?
The skylight.
Take that!
There. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say, the skylight?
Rubble, 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 rubble.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support your addle brain theory. Both Mr. McGilden and Miss Lestrade say the same in the testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, just like the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? One noise strong enough to wake someone from his slumber, and one noise strong enough to make someone scream. A noise loud enough to cause Mr. Strong to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passenger on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Hold it! Might a humble fella make a wee comment here?
Mr. McGilden.
To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testify afore said nothing of the victim falling to the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that it's not so much a case of them not saying, but... It's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chap on the roof? You mean the one who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Rubble. Who says hold it? Hold it! Okay, now it's fair play and first. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitterer? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? Okay, so now he's holding, he's being, ladies first, he's being angry, but when he's posing, it's like he's running with a horse. Another. Thank you, Tyler. Glad to have you here. There were two of them yesterday. I don't know if you got them, but I'm so glad that you're here to take care of this follow bot. Much appreciated. So now this guy is like Yeah, he's holding a racing horse pose, and there's the sound effect too. Perfect timing. Yeah, it's like you brought it in. I wonder if how do we contract follow bots? They just come in here. Could people like? Can somebody implant a bot on some specific user so when anytime they log in, they just send somebody? I don't know.
This is a flaming outrage! I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's biting my cane. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel. Now McGilded is right next to Hatter. I was about to call him Hatter, but it's first. Okay, now there's the four of them are aligned one to each other.
Order! 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 This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once.
But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeek.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Exclamation mark. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, this is what is termed a baseless accusation! Exclamation mark. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get into testify. This knife is stuck. I thought there was something fishy about that hat for the moment I lay eyes on the fellow.
We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruto?
The crowd is asking to testify. The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
My lord.
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord. I didn't come in here for this. Mill Gilding is laughing. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. Witness testimony. Refuting the accusation.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right, you see?
We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another.
What?
Huh? According to investigation by Scotland Yard. Scroll. The two witnesses share no common dealings.
Ha! Well, I just don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Cross-examination refuting the accusation.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not, Dickon.
No question about it, he says. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in.
Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all?
Ah,
It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You would do well to remember that. Fairly ...
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we have to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
Oh, no. No, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. This is hardly surprising.
Seeing things? Seeing things?
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You miscreant!
Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it is only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about.
Oh, this is the competition I should like to be involved in, really.
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We have no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Troy's fired Mason before? Oh, lummy, no! Not once! Never! He never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victims either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
No, I imagine not.
You say? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the... Oh... Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. And... McGilded is snickering on his side.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to share with the group, sir? Mr. McGilded? Yes, Consul? What can I be doing for you? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness last statement give you pause for thought somehow? ... Oh, not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. That's been too long, so it has. Huh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this is fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? That sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crime off on another. Exclamation mark. And young Mr. Fast. Mesa? What do you want with Mesa? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding off about on your head, is that one of your own creation, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for where a fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Oh, so he's saying that he made the hat for Mason. Many customers like it, I tell you. They have a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice fired Mason? Oh! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord.
Oh, this you mean?
Can't help thinking that the poor fellow hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Exclamation mark. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fella here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. So when he does his bow, his arms do a 4 circle before crossing. So he crosses his arm on the other side of the body and then does a full circle. This guy is helping your cause a lot. McGilded? That's our client. That's the accused. So of course he's gonna help us out. But sometimes he helped us a bit too much. I'll show you why. When we checked the omnibus for the first time, he doesn't mind blowing up the other one. Like he wants to frame them. Like he doesn't see. He's not. I don't think he did. I don't think he committed the murder, but he's not 100% innocent. So right now he's convicted of murder. Okay. So as you can see, when I first examined this carriage, this omnibus, there was one blood stain here, and this is a compartment where we put the coach supplies, like to make sure, every the regulation demand that they have everything they need in case they need repair, like for the horses, cleanings, brooms, and whatnot. And as you can see, this is empty, and they added another speck of blood here, and it's not consistent with that blood over there. This was added, so this is forged evidence right there. Because right now they found the girl that was next to the stand, claimed that she was hiding here and she had to remove the stuff here. But before she was introduced in the picture, there was supplies, there was equipment here. And then there was somebody threw a smoke bomb in the courthouse, and we have to make a 5-minute recess to clear everyone. And this was the moment when the evidence was tampered, just before our client was demanded to the stands asking for explanation. So that guy is shady as fuck. And if you want to know who this guy is, I'll show you. I'll gladly show you. His name is Magnus McGilded. He's an Irishman of 48 years old. Incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. And I'm to defend it as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. So this guy has nobody to represent him. He has no lawyer of his own. And that guy can buy London 3 times over. Because he's Shylock. And this guy owes him 20 guineas. This guy too. And they say the reason he was killed because he couldn't pay back the 20 guineas. And he is most likely to perjure, so that if he's guilty, his debt will be annulled. So yeah, his hands aren't clean, not dirty with murder. Exactly. And this is basically a pickpocket. It's like a street urchin taking from the street. She was there too, but she couldn't have done it because, according to their testimony, she was sitting inside. Magnus was sitting on the seat with in which the seat opens, and she was in it, so she couldn't get out and kill anyone. Now they say that the body was killed outside of the omnibus and was brought in through the skylight. I rest my case. You little weasel! Arrgh! He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thrown in this research, hasn't he?
He knows the law. That guy knows British law more than us. But for our defense, we only have been studying law for 50 days. But he's a native. That guy gave a park, so that's why he has a nice reputation in London. He has a park to his name. Next to Hyde Park, there's a McGilded Park. He donated that land to London. He bought that and okay, gave that to the public. Please don't let me little interruption all the proceedings. Hat Hunter, what's this? For having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat in episode 3. That was a trophy? The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. And here's another thing. The skylight can only open from the outside. The inside, it's like just a window. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his ride with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. See? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. Sorry. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the side of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there for a minute, sir. The size of the thing meant nothing. Not on its own. Let's reconsider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cake, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happened. Okay.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. My wig is tilted by that statement.
Oh, I just meant to say that, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me. I went as red as rouge, I did. As red as rouge. The makeup, because red and rouge are the same word in different language. Rouge means literally red. The color red in French is rouge.
Were you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh no, sir. The point is, the skylight can be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside. The skylight can be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Gina has something to say.
Do you have something to say
About that, Miss Lestrade? Gina? Miss Lestrade! It opens. The skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? Why are you loading your grenade launcher? All them skylights open dead easy. Why are you loading your grenade launcher while making a statement? And why aren't the bailiff doing anything about it? She's the one who threw the grenade, the smoke bomb, by the way. She threw the smoke bomb and she admitted it. It came from a bag she lifted from somebody. She admitted this is stolen goods and nobody's doing anything. I'm going to allow this. I'm going to keep her under personage. It's fine actually. It has nothing to do with the case. More easy than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke in, you can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them drags. Or I had a great haul, I had purses coming out of me ears.
Mr. Strud, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject on your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the skylight is on the top side. That's why you can't open it from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck.
Bailiff! Climb up on top of the roof of the omnibus at once and verify if this witness's claims.
Yeah, you can see the hatch, man. Look. There you go. There you go. Ah! On my hat! There. Happy now? See? And if you look at the symbol, you see the crest on the gun? That same flower crest, it appears on Sherlock's uniform. So I believe she stole that from Sherlock. Why? I don't know. Why would Sherlock would use smoke grenades? I don't know either. But it goes well with his pickpocketing skills. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Hoda! 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 So it appears that this street-scale statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck.
Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Okay. Okay. I understand you said that before we prove in front of everyone that the skylight can actually open. How come that statement still makes sense?
Objection!
Oh no. That reveals a damning inconsistency in that statement. Blah 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 blah. Damning, you say? Blah 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 blah. Look at you, console. I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression in your perspiring brow. Yeah. What of it?
It seems to me that this is the damning inconsistency here with the misplaced confidence of your assertion.
Ah, man. He has a damning tongue.
You invite it, sir.
There you go. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna reload, because I only have 4 tries left. So I need to be careful. Because I'm sure that... Okay, where's your proof? This proof is the omnibus. Man. Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it. We came here to see what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both shysters, brand us as criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it.
As it stands at the moment... Exclamation mark. There's no hard evidence that incriminate yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Or... If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth on his cane.
I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way.
I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGill either. It's so hard to know what to believe here.
I think we should try to remember what is evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial.
Evidence?
No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury.
So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence?
Yes, Mr. Naruto, precisely.
Okay, so you were the only 2 people that roof decked that to alive and sort of. You know what? Okay, I'm just gonna check on something. I need to check the court record. I want to check the court record. So the skylight was fastened shut before.
But now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it.
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses will be able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us. So there's no updates, there's no new evidence, it's just that... Is there proof that this man was killed on top?
So this is the roof deck on the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London Street.
Yeah, better winter nights, while they're rushing, have to pay the... Oh yeah. To think people pay money to actually freeze their ass when they catch a ride on the winter. Okay, so... Oh wait, what's this? I see blood. No, there's blood on the... There's blood on the latch. Come on, I can see it now. There's blood on the latch. I cannot see it from here. You have to go inside? Oh. This is proof that the body was on top, but I cannot select it. Do I need to go inside? Maybe I need to go inside. Yeah, that blood wasn't there either. Oh shit. This is the same blood that was added here. Oh man, this is tampered evidence, alright.
Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? More than enough to kick someone like you through. Certainly, Mr. Naruto.
Why someone like me?
Ah!
What is it?
Look, just here. Look at this.
Yes, that's without question.
It's blood.
Why would there be a bloodstain there?
Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Dot dot dot. The details of the omnibus have been updated in the court record. Alright. Alright, now it's been updated. Now I can present him with this. Okay, good. So I was correct with my I just noticed that the first suit is too big for him. Like the sleeves are too large. We can barely see his wrists. Like it's like the sleeve almost covers his whole hand. Like he works in a tailor shop, but he.
Objection!
Now it works. It needed to be updated first. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it. I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here in this courtroom?
Counsel,
My lord.
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out with it that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Can I no, okay. This? No. Ah, this.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
Arrgh! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! At unison. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! Order! Order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. Not really. It would be sprayed on the walls first, then on the... And only found its way on that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't we have a look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella drop from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No!
But it can be. It's all
Lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can we?
I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Yeah.
Juror number 4, typing as fuck.
I won't tolerate any of the gill's carriage being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it!
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park could have done such a thing.
On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
They turned into white. Oh, no, they did not. Van Zeek. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh? And what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeek? ... A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed!
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeek, that this stain of blood was
Fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? Rubble, 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 rubble. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeek. ... What a Magnus McGilded, a fellow known as all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in great many affairs of dubious nature. ... You are very adept when it comes to avoid getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Take another glass of wine. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's. However ill-gotten may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. A toast to your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zeek. This will not do, to be sure. With it now, Consul. No! I think it's fair to say that this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? Van Zeek, ... But if you will all cast your minds back, it is not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the word and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. No. My learned friend. Exclamation mark. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter. In your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible.
As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh! Good gracious! Explain yourself, Consul!
I didn't see him adjust his wig, because when he bounced, the wig tilted, and now it's back in its rightful place. So, something is afoot. Something doesn't add up. Rubble, 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 rubble. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Lahoro, don't cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us was made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Outrage, outrage, outrage.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me! That's a wicked plot! This is a plot to undermine me, so it is!
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. Exclamation mark. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies such as...
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeek, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. No, I checked it.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
I have an inkling. My lord,
Yes, Consul?
there is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's names are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded! The court awaits the defense clarification.
Grrr. This trial keeps swinging one way and then in the other. I have no idea what is truth and what's deception. But what am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Consul. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
This.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought to the courtroom.
Good Lord!
Adjusting his wig, adjusting his glasses.
Yes, I do believe you're correct, Consul.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. That was a bold statement. Crooked wig. Everybody is stunned. The Gildan is pissed. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but this is all over now. But you're the defendant. This over, I tell you. Exclamation mark. Punching with his jewels. He punched the desk with the ring on his hands. That must have hurt. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, this all no nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Exclamation mark. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? The judge,
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeek, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGildy will be found not guilty.
Yes.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it all right for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant is innocent. The defendant could be guilty. He could be guilty but cannot be proven. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go with innocent. I don't know what to say here. Like, we were asking for not guilty. We're gonna go with not guilty. As Mr. McGilden's legal representative... I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. Illusion of choice. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGilden, to be innocent of the allegation brought against him.
Thank you, counsel.
Pouring a glass. Sniffing it. Drinking. A toast. Here's to you, my Nipponese friend, and the most abject closing I've yet to hear in the court of law.
Order! Order!
Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. ... You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. You should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles.
Oh,
Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
what do you mean?
Tis just as the right honorable gentleman who successfully put it afore, the trial can go on anymore. In your closing statement there was, how did you put it now, nothing more than a formality. He's laughing and clapping like Gant. And now the jurors are sweating. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship should be fuming, and the unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
Juror number 4, typewriting. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings are unfolding in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord. Judge,
I hereby pronounce the victim of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeke,
My lord.
the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeek ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, be established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zeek, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I could not have asked for a better defense. Exclamation mark. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. ... Magnus McGilded. Good grief. You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Toodaloo.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilted, not guilty!
Confetti but murmurs. Fireworks? Yeah, even the jurors are talking to themselves. Is that... I can't believe it! This is an outrage! You should have examined the evidence more! What are you talking about? The man's been cleared, he's innocent! With the courtroom in pandemonium, in the second time of the day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Now we're back. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Renosuke ...
That certainly was a long trial.
Ah, yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on Foreign Soul, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. ... The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we did have enough time.
But isn't this wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to attain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carry out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill did. Oh, and that girl is with him too. If only we were 100 years in the future. Yeah, if only Phoenix Wright was there with Edgeworth saying bullshit and having more rules. Like, you know, like this is like the basis. Like, I would understand that there will be a lot of imperfect trials, and this is like one of them. Like Pursuit of Truth. Like it starts here. The DNA test. Yes, DNA test, fingerprints analysis. More forensic science. Right now we have nothing which allow schemes like that, like this guy to get away with murder. And yeah, so the thing with McGill did is like there's no real strong motive for him to kill the Mason besides that he was indebted by 20 guineas. Like, he didn't even need the money. Like, he didn't need to kill the guy, and that it would be in too much trouble. And yeah, so probably there was another guy, I don't know. How he acts, he probably wouldn't kill either. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, he would be the kind of guy who would hire people to kill in his state. Like, in his stead, I mean. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have been see them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of here a free man then? Well, I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fellow, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing is resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hands and sort any wee details. They'll see They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. So it's like a really roundabout way of saying that yes, maybe some of the Scotland Yard's officers under his payroll, like, and made it as a tax deductible donation. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Accept them, accept the money, you have a place to live, you have a house in London. Accept those fucking guineas, man. Don't be such a goody two-shoes Japanese shonen protagonist, dumbass idiot. Accept the money, even though it's tainted. Oh, I would not accept the money from oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, Robbie Whis, you're a number of people, are you? You're from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still and all, you deserve a reward. This is the 3rd guinea it's been giving me. 3 guinea is fine. 3 guinea can take me somewhere. It's like... Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some change in the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? Well, they're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked you if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? I don't trust this. It looks like another opportunity to fabricate evidence. I don't trust this at all. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a job and duty, so it is! Exclamation mark. So then, fare thee well! It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're stuttering here in Great Britain. And he leaves. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. And then she checks her gun, loads it with a grenade, in front of 2 officers. Don't move! Whereas I want to say get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strahd, would you mind putting that thing down? Gina, ... You're a grown-up? Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. ... Ah,
there you are!
Oh.
Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
Okay, so this is like a very young girl with pink hair. She's wearing... Oh, okay. She's wearing steampunk goggles, but she has the same motif as Sherlock's goggles. And it's the same crest that's on the gun, so that's probably hers. So she's the owner of the bag that she stole. And she's wearing some hearts on her gloves. She's wearing very long gloves that goes all the way to the elbow with some like heart patterns. She's very young. She looks like a 9-year-old, like one of those kid genius and stuff. She must be an inventor of some sort. She's probably Sherlock Holmes' new assistant since Dr. Watson died in Chapter 1. So that must be the assistant. Is this some kind of a picnic? Who's this little girl now?
I'm talking with you as well. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh! Oh, she has one too.
Oh, you want to play? You won't beat me. I have a bazooka grenade launcher.
she's having a fucking bazooka, and the reticle is shaped like a heart. My God. Why is she inventing shit like that? Grr. Excuse me, but who are you and why are you firing weapons inside of a court of justice? Are you civilians allowed to have that?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, you could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pitched it! Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
Tell her what is what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Oh yeah, she's a steampunk genius inventor. She's inventing stuff too early for this decade. So basically, she put a tracker on her invention and she traced it back to here, and probably the luminol test bag that Sherlock Holmes was carrying, that was probably her invention as well.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? Huh. I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh good, you see I knew you would want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that's what she wants, is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
How do you do? Curtsy. We'll be leaving now then, bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
And she's leaving. Okay, we're not gonna see the last of her, that's for sure. She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too?
Yes, you're right, but where to?
Oh,
We haven't had time to find a place to stay no sooner than we have arrived in London and we have to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of a lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. ...
Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Yeah, they're gonna sleep at McGilded Park in February? Please tell me you're not thinking about McGilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night might freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
No, I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. Yes, you dumbass. Fucking hang. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Is there a cutscene? Yes. There's a fire inside the courthouse.
Get the fire brigade! Water!
Oh, the omnibus is on fire.
What? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Somebody's inside the omnibus, banging.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
The judge comes out of his chamber.
Oh. This can't be.
Baron von Zink is behind him. I noticed a scar on his face, shaped like a sword. He's looking at the fire. Not in shock at all. He's looking at Byrne. The judge is scared. There was the inspector. There was some police officer and an inspector. End of chapter 3. So, wait. Oh my god. The realm of the Reaper. Save your current progress. Okay. You know what I think? I think somebody gave Magnus McGilded his just desserts. I believe that somebody punished him and put him inside the omnibus and knocked it and set it on fire. And it was an inside job. Somebody in the court, like, I think what happened is that McGilded was involved in a crime and he was supposed to be guilty, and that's why no lawyer wanted to was framed, but maybe no. I think he was meant to get away free. He was meant to get away free, but then he got sloppy, or because of us, we noticed that there was inconsistency. We didn't have his back all the way, because why would we? And they would have just the plan was to blame the Reaper because he's been out for 5 years, he's out of touch. Why is he coming back? I think they wanted to incriminate Van Zeke for some reason, and McGilded was supposed to be scot-free, but because of us, we shed some light that there were tampering of evidence, and McGilded was punished because maybe he knew a lot, and that was the only way to kill someone. Like, I think, like, if there's a Sherlock Holmes in this universe, I believe there's a Moriarty too. So this is something Moriarty would have done. The more I look at it, is like this reeks of the Lord of Crime. So I'm gonna save, and what I'm gonna do is do not start chapter 4 right now. But what I'm gonna do, save complete, the Inverter of the Clouded Kokoro. I'm not gonna start that. Return to the title screen. Yes. What we're gonna do is go to the special content and have the other skit, the Escapade number 3, the British Supreme Court. This escapade takes place as Ryunosuke Susato visit Lord Strongheart to report on the outcome of Mr. Natsume. Oh no, wait. Natsume's trial. That's not us. Okay, so it's too early. Okay, so we're not gonna do the escapade. Not at all. So I thought that this was a bridge between chapter 3 and chapter 4, but it's not. It's not at all. So what else can we show? In the gallery, maybe? Is there any portrait we can see? Yeah, there is. Okay, so apparently it's called the girl is called Iris Wilson. She must be related to the Doctor. Okay, let's see some art about Baron von Zeke. I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of the Greatest Attorney Adventure. Here we have the British prosecutor Baroque von Zeke. Okay, I call him Baron, but it's not his title. It's actually his name. It's Baroque von Zeke, whose character was to be teamed on the sinister Reaper of the Bailey demigod. I never heard of the Reaper of the Bailey. Maybe it's like a legend. The artwork says it's from 2014, June 24th. Despite the God of Death team suggested for the design, they decided to avoid taking that too literally, instead trying to reproduce a character whose bearing and presence conjures ideas of death and darkness. To that end, I took inspiration from vampires, werewolves, fallen angels, and the like, incorporating lots of dark elements into the man's design and bringing them all together by portraying him as a member of the aristocracy. I made his clothing extremely ostentatious, drawing on elements from a variety of traditionally British ceremonial and military attire. I also added some extra ribcage-like details around the midriff. Okay. His saber is supposed to contrast directly with Ryunosuke's Japanese katana, bringing out the difference between East and the West, the samurai versus the knight. Okay. As with Kazuma's headband, I knew that realizing Von Zeke's cloak in-game would be technically complex, but I also knew that it lent a lot of credence to his dark persona, so I was quite insistent about it. The end result was that the aristocratic prosecutor flamboyance and Dracula-esque darkness are both instantly appreciable, and I'm very grateful to the staff for their determination in achieving that goal. These rough sketches were my attempt at consolidating my ideas about the prosecutor's image. His looks needed to be more than just piercing, he needed to portray a sad and tortured soul as well. Yeah, it looks like he's grumpy or angry. I can see the darkness in his eyes as well. Like he has the same eyes as Dr. House. This is a very early illustration I came up with and rejected a lot of different ideas myself over a long period of time. I submitted only the one that resonated most with me to Mr. Takumi and was given the go-ahead to proceed. He had a lot of different haircuts. He could have been blonde. There was still the scar. He looks very knightly and very... he looks like he would be perfect for an anime. He looks like a character from Legend of Intergalactic Heroes. No, wait. What's the name of... Oh my god, I'm starting to forget the name of the anime I wanted to finish but never could. Something like that. Legend of Galactic Heroes. Among the main cast, this character underwent a unique development process. I didn't show anybody my designs for the prosecutor, including the drawings for this stage of the process. Okay, we kept a surprise. I see. I like to consider a lot of options in early stages, so I produced a wide range of drawings at the start of the process. Even if I thought an idea might not be quite right, I put it to paper so I could home in on the perfect design. Soila, he drew a lot of different characters. This one looks like Sephiroth. There's another one looks like Lady Oscar. He looks like a Lady Oscar, like long hair with a ponytail. He really looks like a French aristocrat. And the guy on the right looks, yeah, with dark hair, looks like not Louis de Valois in Lestat the Vampire. I don't know. Oh shit, this is even worse. This is a proposal drawing I made just before settling on the final design. Personally, I was quite fond of this one. He has a more pained expression than the final version, and the cloak is modeled on the raven's plumage. Yeah, he has a feathered cloak, like Edwardian time. I don't like this, and the helmet looks like is Germanic. Like, this guy looks like a Von Karma ancestor. He really does. I always enjoyed dark heroes, so I really like all the elements of Van Zeke's design and his overall appearances. Okay, so this is all the artwork for this one. This is miscellaneous character collage. Okay. Okay, here we have more characters here. We're gonna start at jurors. Okay, I'm not gonna go too far. We're gonna go with some of the characters we haven't seen yet. The picture includes all main characters produced in the same vein. Phoenix Wright was used as key visual in the early stage of development. In this section of the gallery, I'd like to present some of the character design drawings for the less major characters that were created during the development process. I hope you enjoy them. Okay. We saw this one, we saw this one, we saw this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Here, this is what we were. It was too spoilery when we came in. So, Nikolina Pavlova. I designed Nikolina to have an immediately obvious Russian appearance. Her image was based on the idea of a Russian fairy, and I implemented her as a beautiful, reticent young woman of fair complexion. Due to the nature of the story, I was constrained in terms of her clothing, but since there aren't any orthodox female form in this game, I did try to bring out the telltale lines of a young lady, even though the layers of a disguise. Yeah, she was, there, we see some sketches of her wearing the ballerina dress, but most of them is basically her with the Bolshevik disguise, suit of a man. And her feline friend is obviously a Russian blue. And this is the judge with the contingent of the British Empire. Alright, so now we're gonna see more English character. The judge of the Old Bailey. I made a Japanese judge quite severe in keeping it with the feel of the Japanese courtroom. So I decided to make this English counterpart follow the more kindly appearance of the series' regular judge. For example, in contrast to the jagged beard of the Japanese judge, this judge's beard is more fluffy in nature. The wig, by the way, isn't just a visual gag, that's actually what judges use. Judges of the day wore. Yeah, it's true, like all the judges in the British court have a similar wig, or maybe more visible, more curls that covers all the head. This is like a wig way too empty for his skull. And now we see a picture from him from the side. He looks like the judge from the original game too, without the wig. I also researched the sort of clothing British judge would have worn in that period and used that to create a design that's unique to this game. Yeah, it's kind of true, but the more I look at him, the more it looks like Santa. And now we have the jurors. I'm gonna stop there because the rest is gonna be spoiler characters, but yeah. The jurors, I was given instruction that the jurors didn't need any particular idiosyncrasies, but just in case, I thought we designed some characters with a variety of unique traits, and it was those designs that were picked. So, as I was correct at saying that the foreman, juror number 1, was actually dwarf looking. He's the smallest of the bunch. Like, he looks taller than the granny, juror number 6, but if we remove the hat, he's way shorter than her. And on top of that, he's wearing double padded shoes. Like, it's not platform shoes, but it's almost like platform shoes. So these were drawn on 2014, June 11th. So now we see the maid, we see the barber with the knife, the tall one. Then we see the secretary with the typewriter, and then we see the guildmaster, the coach guildmaster. And I see some notes.